Welcome to Tuesday Sprints. Obviously, they are Get a Clue themed. You absolutely do not have to be participating in Get a Clue to be here and to use it for productivity. But I am already seeing some people representing some colors. I see Mr. Green is here. I also see that a representative for Mr. Plum is here as well. There was also a mention of Colonel Mustard. So, I'm seeing quite a few colors, not all of them yet, but I'm sure by, the end of these 4 hours, we will see everyone in attendance. Let me know what you're up to today. I see that a few people are eating. We had the mention of dinner and also the adulting task of taking care of lunch. And sometimes that lunch is going to be potato chips. That honestly sounds really lovely at the moment. And then also Abs caught up on the current room this morning. Congratulations. If you're behind, don't worry, friends. Honestly, it's okay. It's still early days, but it does feel very nice when you're finally in the current room. I was that. To be completely transparent, I was behind. I did not finish my room in time for the lounge, but we're good. We're good. That's not green, Leandra. Are you talking about my shirt? Because I am wearing a blue shirt, by the way. It's my, what's it called? My TBR commits crimes, but also solves them. So you know what? I took one for the team. I'm representing Peacock today, but also representing, our green people as well. I see Mrs. White. Very nice. Professor Plum. I do see that. I knew it. I was like, we got Professor Plum in the comments, obviously because Vanessa's also a host. Speaking of hosts, oh my goodness, we've got the creator herself, the mastermind. Hello, Mindy, representing Team Scarlet. Amazing. You're also reading a very kind of comforting, I keep saying this every time I see this title, but it is known as kind of like a healing literature, and I do want to try that. I also see quite a few other people saying hello. It's so lovely to see you guys. Good afternoon to you, Jen. Working through The Good Liar. Ooh, yeah, that sounds like a mystery thriller. Team Peacock. I'm here for you guys today, apparently. I'm representing Team Peacock unintentionally. Phantasma. Oh, and then more bookshops and Bone Dust. I will say I need to get to the latter. I don't know if Phantasma is probably not for me. I think all the romantasy people would probably tell me to stay away. Go Team Mr. Green. Yes, Jill. Woohoo. Of course, all teams are welcome, though. Hello, Helen. Tender Beast. Ooh, you know what? Did I just see that title mentioned in the Discord? Yeah. Honestly, that book looks really good. It looks like maybe a YA horror. It looks really interesting to me. I do like a classic kind of YA slasher for some reason, and you're reading it for a bonus book. Very nice. Rainy is listening to Witchcraft for Wayward Children. No, girls, 20%. And you're liking it. Oh, that's awesome. Very nice. Seeing more hearts, more representation. I love it. Yeah, I think we officially have every color in the chat, which is really great. Hello, Sam, working and listening to Leather and Lark at work. Is that the second book to Butcher and Blackbird? I think it is, because it has a similar kind of ring to it. I'm not as familiar with the series, but I know everyone loves it. Tab is representing Mr. Green too. We've got more Peacock. Oh, just finished a bonus book. Very nice. I'll be starting Such a Fun Age as another bonus. And speaking of, actually, I'll quickly address what I'm reading. So I'm reading Kidnap on the California Comet. It's a very long title. It's, for some reason, the alliteration is actually tripping me up. It's the second book in the Mysteries on Trains series. The first one is The Highland Falcon Thief. And this one obviously fits for the conservatory. It's a murder mystery. So I will be getting those points for that. And then Nadia Okorafor's Remote Control is going to be my bonus book. So I'm kind of juggling them, but I'm assuming I'm going to finish my conservatory book today, like in the first or second sprint. And then I'm going to switch over to Remote Control. And honestly, I'm really enjoying both. I'm finding them both really interesting reads, completely different tones, which is perfect for me. A lead detective is here in the chat too, but you're working right now. Totally get it, Julie. No worries. Caught up starting your bonus book? Yes, Ashley. Good job. Honestly, for everyone, whether you're on my team or not, I love seeing progress and everyone feeling really good about themselves. Last week and a half has been chaotic, so reading has been minimal. Still working on escaping from Houdini, and we'll probably journal work during chatty bits. That sounds great. Yeah. Honestly, while I'm chatting away, feel free to keep doing productive things. I know it's harder when you're reading, but if you're like folding laundry, starting on lunch or dinner, you can totally do that while I'm chatting. Speaking of laundry, Sammy will be finishing your last pile of laundry. Nice. Murder in the Family for mixed media. Ooh, yeah, that one I think will be hard for people depending on what you have access to. And sometimes it's not as easy to know if there's mixed media when you first start a book. Hey, Tracy, I see a red heart. You may or may not be on Team Scarlet. Finished Fourth Wing. Wanted to pop in before you go grocery shopping. Good luck. I'm going grocery shopping this evening. I hate going grocery shopping at night, but I don't know why. I think it's as soon as it gets dark, I don't want to leave my home. I'm like, I am here. I cannot have the dark touch me. But I'm like, okay, Leandra, you do need to go grocery shopping. So I'm going to do that after this. All good. Love the sweater. Yeah, thanks. I know it does feel as though I'm like, okay, what are we? I was like, is there more color representations? Unfortunately, I think I'm only repping blue and green today. Hello, Min. How are you? I'll be reading Rocky Start for the first sprint. I feel like you've been working on that one for a little while, which is totally fine. Hello, Steph. Hooked by Emily McIntyre for room 2. Very nice. This is also actually really great for other people who are looking for potential books to count. So if you aren't in the conservatory yet, maybe you're still working on your lounge. Whenever someone mentions a title and that they're in room 2 and that looks interesting to you, write it down, and then you'll know what book you're going to read for the conservatory next, actually, now that I think about it. Love the intersuspect solidarity. Yes, indeed. Hello, Ro. Finishing your last pile of laundry and choose a book to start it. Very nice. Hi, Andrea. Second Tuesday. Yeah, it's your second Tuesday here. Yeah, it's really lovely. If you're new, feel free to let us know. But if you're here and just lurking and you don't really want to chat, that's also totally fine. But it is fun when I see some people that I'm like, yes, you're in the fold. You're in the community now. Team Green, I like to see it. No, I haven't, honestly. I have Death of an Author actually as well, borrowed from the library. I got the ebook, and I know it's the brand new title by that author, and I'm kind of nervous I won't have time to read it because so many people are waiting, and if I don't read it this week, then I'm gonna have to say goodbye to it, and I'm really sad about it. But I guess what makes up for it is I'm reading another backlist from them, but still. I'm sure you all have seen Lovely Andrew. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it, Vanessa. Thank you so much. Yeah, and I didn't even post on Sunday because I was like, nope, I need a break. And so sometimes you're just not going to get a video from me. Finally chose a team for Ramadan. I saw, and I saw that you had done like a bunch of hearts, and I was like, that's every team. I should do our team's heart because I think I'm cracking the code, and I'm glad that there are quite a few other Ravens who like followed suit. Going through when no one is watching on audio. Oh, while you're crocheting. Very nice. My brain is too tired to read with my eyes, but audio is going well. Oh, yeah. Honestly, I'd say like this month, I'm doing half physical and half audio. And if it ends up leaning more audio, that's okay. It just depends on our mood. Starting the Intuitionist. Bridget! I hope you love it. It's so good. Honestly, it was almost going to be one of my host favorites, but I made it a host favorite last year, I'm pretty sure, and I wanted to kind of switch things up. I didn't want to get a Clue host faves, but it's really good. It's really enjoyable. I've read it twice. Upon reread, I got nervous. I was like, okay, when you're like, is it as good as I remember? And it was. I really loved it. Hello, Rope. Listening to the Z Word. This is also a really fun romp. Camp horror. It's got zombies. So if people are interested, I can recommend that. I gave it 4 stars. Hello, Jen. Glad to have the company. I know. And we've got a big company today. We got a lot of people ready to be productive. Going to read, Streetlight People by Charlene Thomas. Maybe switch off to Yours for the Taking here and there. Sounds good, Gabby. It is, if you read it as a comedy, it actually is a great time. But I think you'd hate the series. Oh, no. Okay. Good to know. I also see Solar's here. Hi, Solar. Joanna, let me see here. I'm not participating in the readathon yet. Is it focused on mystery thrillers? No. So to be honest, you can read anything. Like even Remote Control is sci-fi. Like futuristic. It's a novella. People are reading every genre. Fantasy. It's really just fitting the prompts. So for instance, the prompt for The Lounge was a cozy or comfy adjective in the title. Doesn't matter what genre you're reading. You could just do that. So you get bonus points if it's a murder mystery, but some people are going to go through this entire competition not reading one mystery or one murder mystery, and that's perfectly fine. Reading She Doesn't Have a Clue. Ooh, I love that it has clue in the title. That should be bonus points just in itself, but it isn't, so that's fine. Also, hi, Joanna. Team Peacock here reading Fireborn. Very nice. Beneath the Sugar Sky and Your Lie in April, Volume 3 for rooms 1 and 2. Awesome. Keep picking big books for rooms. I have 400 more pages. You and I are opposites. I am not doing that. Actually, I've realized I've been doing like very short reads, but I also have quite a few bonus books. So that's kind of been I'm just not someone who reads really big books anyway, but I currently have 2 bonus reads like in my back pocket that I'm waiting to actually post. It's just a matter of like catching up to the new room. That's the thing, is I kept focusing on my bonus books. And then I was thinking, Leandra, you haven't even gotten out of the lounge yet. What are you doing? So there we are. Hello, Courtney. We have another host in the chat. How are you? How's it going? Audiobooks will be my saving grace when I need to play catch up. Exactly. Audiobook, novellas, or even manga, those can be really lovely. And if you're new to manga or graphic novels, we can all always give you suggestions because I would argue that that's also very versatile, that there are various genres within manga and graphic novels that people don't expect. Like I was reading Giant Spider and Me, which is cozy, kind of dystopian cli-fi, but it's also just got like a bunch of recipes in it where like there's a bunch of cooking montages, and I'm like, this is just really nice. So if anyone needs those recommendations, we can definitely give them to you too. Temple of Swoon, nice. More a sequel to Raiders of the Lost Heart. You know what's crazy more? I remember when you were reading that book. I remember when you were reading Raiders of the Lost Heart. It's weird what sticks in our minds. Listening to Leather and Lark at work feels dangerous. Ooh, okay, interesting. I have no idea I don't really know much about that series. I just know it's really popular. Rereading Percy Jackson. Awesome. Representing Mr. Green and the Ravens. Again, it doesn't matter if you guys aren't on my team, but I will get irrationally excited when I see it. Currently 57% into the Tainted Cup for room 2. I will say that Danny stole that potential host favorite for me. I thought about doing it. I thought about doing that one, but she got to it first. Gotta respect. I'm really excited for A Drop of Corruption. That's coming out on the 1st of April. So for those of you who end up really enjoying Tainted Cup, keep that in mind, that you are kind of fortunate that this story will be really fresh for you as you get into book 2. And you're reading it for room 2 and loving it. I'm not surprised. Hoping to finish it today. Hello, Bia. Got back from a mini trip to Edinburgh. Ooh, that sounds really lovely. Did you go to a bunch of bookshops? I feel like that city's known for having a lot of lovely bookstores and also just gorgeous architecture. But I want to continue with This Ends in Embers by Camilla Cole. Nice. I loved So Let Them Burn. So Let Them Burn. I don't know if I've even heard of that. I might have to look into it if you loved it so much. Hello, Queen. How are you? AKA Precious. Let me know. Do you want to be called Precious or Queen? I mean, both of those are lovely names. Hello, Jill. Finishing up room 1, then find my room 2. You have so many suggestions in the comments unintentionally because everyone who's been in room 2 have kind of mentioned what they're reading. So, you might want to look through there, but also take your time. It's okay. Don't feel too rushed or nervous because we just got room 2. I have read a lit fic, a fantasy, a romance, now a mystery. Exactly. I'm so glad that you brought this up because truly you can read any genre. As long as it fits the prompts, it's perfectly fine. There's no prompts that are really genre specific, I would argue. Speaking of host faves, is Pleasantville a book too, or can I read it? I'm glad you mentioned this. And also, I'm going to get through the last few comments and then we'll get to our first sprint because we just hit 15 minutes. But so Pleasantville is the second book technically by it's the J. Porter series, but I only read book 2. I didn't even read book 1. So you can definitely just jump into book 2. There'll be some nods to things that happen in book 1. I would argue they aren't spoilers. And there are some years apart. Like there's I'm pretty sure there's like a pretty big gap. So if you wanted to just read Pleasantville, you can do it. But if you wanted to try book 1, Blackwater Rising, it is definitely technically the first book, but I haven't even read it myself, which means I could for this competition if I want to. If it counts for something, I think I will do that actually. Going to read The Natural. Sounds good. Still on first book. See, exactly. Hosts are still going to be behind at times. I was behind. It's okay. It's not the end of the world as long as you're enjoying your book. That's really what matters. Raiders of the Lost Heart was the first book I read in 2024. That's so funny that it's like literally a year later. Really need a short read for room 1. The one with cozy adjectives. I keep overthinking it. Oh, you know what? There's a lot of manga out there that's really cozy, or even like certain, I'm trying to think. Like, for instance, I chose Giant Spider and Me because I thought of like giant pillow, giant piece of pie, giant blanket. So you can be very interpretive. Sweet, isn't there like the Sweet Cat Cafe? That's a manga. I don't know, Sammy. Maybe I'm just like throwing out things you don't need. Precious is fine. Oh, lovely. Okay, I'll call you Precious. Reading Middle of the Night for Spinner. Book I'm nervous about. Ooh, Abby. I hope that the nerves are very easily dying down and that you're loving the book. Oh, yeah, just went to bookshops in Edinburgh. Yes, doing some book shopping with my video. Ooh, and it will end up being like 10 bookshops in 2 days. That's amazing. You all have inspired me to start a load of laundry. Yes, get the laundry done. All right. So I'm going to end it here just so that I don't run too far in our first sprint. But we're going to go for an hour and happy productivity, whether it's for reading, nourishing your body, refilling your water, or getting some work done. Okay. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from that first sprint. I did go for a walk. It was very windy. It was about another like 40-degree day. So, for those who use Celsius, it's about 4 degrees. So, not horrible. It was actually really lovely. It's just the wind made me have to cut it a little bit short. But while we're kind of getting back to the hellos, I saw that Glenda joined us. So did Jane, jumping in while at work. Ivy, you are not late. It's fine. You're right on time for your own schedule. Also, Shayna joined, took the day off for yourself. Good for you. You know what? You need to take care of yourself, whether it's for physical health, mental health, whatever the case is. You just started Ace of Spades a little bit ago, about 20% in. We'll probably switch between a few things. I plan on starting that too, but I'm kind of waiting to see if it's a prompt. I just, before I really dedicate myself and just decide it's going to be a bonus book, I'm hoping it ends up eventually, because for those who don't know, this is our read for Only Murders in the Book Club for The Manor. So I'm kind of like, should I read it now? Should I wait? Anyways, Tuesday, missed the first chatty bit, but don't worry, it's okay. You can't get your earbuds to connect though. Oh no. Watermoon is on my list. I really want to read it. I have a feeling that it might win for the book club that Reading Nymph, Kirsten, who is one of the hosts for Peacock, I think it might win. For her book club. I ended up offering it as an option because, we had this huge list of suggestions and it was winning the last time I checked. Hello, Polis. You also joined. Yeah, honestly, I am enjoying it. What's interesting is, so you liked it a little bit more than the Highland Falcon Thief. I think I like the Highland Falcon Thief a little bit better. So that's very interesting. I don't know. For me, I think one thing that I've appreciated is while also finding myself not fully, I don't know. It's the Americanness, which is terrible because I'm American. But I don't know. I feel like it's like the emphasis on American like culture and customs. I think I just prefer the background of the Highland Falcon Thief being in Britain. I don't know why. It's really funny. It's like making me question myself and wonder why I'm not as vibing with it, though I do really enjoy the character still. Hello, Stacy. You also joined. You're reading Nora Roberts' Identity while watching on mute, making videos. Very nice. Neva's here too, another host. Lovely to see you, my friend. And then Mia joined too, currently reading The Love Lyric by Christina Forrest. Ooh, I've never even heard of that. I also like the person's last name is Forrest. That's a pretty cool last name. Michael joined too. Happy sprinting, working on bonus books. A lot of people are working on bonus books today, which I'm so impressed with. And you're working for now, though. Oh, I get you. Heather joined too. Glad I caught y'all for the chatty bits. Yes. And I promise they'll be productive chatty bits. We won't go on for too long. We also have Louisina here. I'm doing really well. I hope everyone else is too. And if you're not, I know it's exciting to be part of sprints, but make sure you take care of yourself, especially like staring at a screen might not be the best. So don't worry. I feel confident that because we just got a prompt the other day, it would be some chaotic things if Rainey dropped a prompt today. But I would like to I'll put my money where my mouth is. I don't think it's going to happen during my sprints. It might, though. That would be really 2 quick rounds in a row, which would be really startling. Hello, Chantel, 50% of Baby Dragon Cafe. That one is the cutest cover. I want to read that just because the cover is adorable. And then Tracy's back, reading The Loneliest Cottage by Melissa Storm. Also felt about the same way Leandra did with Fourth Wing. Yeah, sorry, friends. If you loved Fourth Wing, if you get 4 stars, 5 stars, no worries. It wasn't a book for me, and I'm telling you, no one's surprised. No one's surprised. So it's not really headline news, but I'm glad I'm not the only one who just didn't think that it was for me. ML got some work done. Also halfway through Beautiful Ugly. Very nice. Let's see here. Skeleton ended up switching to the London Seance Society, because I don't know if you guys saw in the chat, but they ended up kind of deciding to put down the Z word, which I totally get. Also, Zombie Stories isn't for everyone. The tone of that book isn't for everyone either, because it's a little campy. I don't know how else to say it. Made some great progress. Awesome, Alex. 71% in the book. 122 pages to go. And it's been a fantastic read. Oh, that's awesome. Weather is higher today, but the wind, honestly, that's the biggest thing. I I know I'm not like everyone where I say I'll take rain, I'll take snow, but the wind is, if I had to choose something to not have, it would probably be the wind. Lunch, fell down fanfic rabbit hole. We've all been there. Chapter 7. Awesome, Katie. I'm glad that you're having a fun read. Hello, Ella. Welcome. You're reading The Maid and the Crocodile. You know who just finished that? It was actually, I think it was her first 5-star of the year, dare I say, Danny Dabbles, the host for Miss Peacock. She really enjoys that author too. So I hope you're enjoying it. Made it to 20% into my book. Talked to a friend. Did some social productivity. That's awesome. Ate dinner, watched some TV, great. Especially got to unwind, depending on what time zone you're in. Sometimes you're like, I've done enough productivity for the day. Now I'm going to unwind and just relax for the rest of the night. 60% of when no one is watching. Very nice. Not sure if I want to finish it today or read something else. That's true. It depends on the book. I also try not to binge too often. If I'm really loving a book, I will binge it. I'll just finish it, and maybe not in one day, but in a couple days. And other times I'm like, maybe, just maybe I want to hold off. Chantel is loving it, and you'll finish it this afternoon. Need to distract myself from the storm outside. Oh no, at least you've got a really cozy read to keep you company. Making some excellent progress. Page 80 out of 297. You're almost a third of the way there, and you're really enjoying it. It's very cozy. Lovely dedication to book lovers. I will say I'm a sucker for any dedication. So, like who they're dedicating the book to, especially if it's just really thoughtful. Or I found myself really appreciating author's notes. Some of them are just, the run of the mill, what you expect, but sometimes they're really touching, and it gives you insight as to why the author wrote the book the way they did. It's really lovely. Hello, Sandy. Managed to join and get a good 15 minutes. Very nice. And we also have 2 more on this channel, and then we'll be switching over to the next channel. So don't even worry. Kelsey will keep us going. Still working on finishing you're not alone. Mindy's reading that too. What are the chances that you 2 commented at the same time? That's fate, I think. I think that's fate, or it's coincidence. Meanwhile, Taylor just woke up from a nap. Oh, I hope it was a lovely nap. Sometimes naps don't hit and you're like, maybe I woke up too soon, but I hope it made you feel rejuvenated. That is a word that I can say. And I'm glad that you're on team Mr. Green. I'm using all the green just for you, Taylor, and for others. Have finished a project, working on some small things before I head home. Sounds good, Julie. I hope that the rest of your workday goes by really quickly. Got 14% in the audiobook. Awesome. Awesome. I don't know, friends. This is too early for me to start tripping over my words. Seriously, book twins. That's exactly what I thought. Finished your book, The Peach Keepers. Ooh, how did you feel, Joanna? Did you like it? It reminded you of Practical Magic, but better. Ooh, well, for those who like Practical Magic, maybe you guys got to check out that book because, The Peach Keepers, that's what you call. I've never heard of that book either. That's fair. Only have 6 more days with Ace of Spades. Yeah, got to get through it. I totally understand. Also started posting a bunch of stuff on Pango. I do think Pango is a great service, especially when it comes to readers selling to readers. You can find really reasonable prices. You can also find some crazy prices where people are clearly taking advantage of a book not being super accessible, which is unfortunate. But you got to be patient and just be willing to kind of see what's out there. And it's a great way for you to, give books a second chance that you didn't love. So I use Pango as well. And I always love when I can send the book elsewhere and be like, okay, hopefully the book will find their, forever home with this other reader. Like The Falcon Thief more. Ooh, okay, Via, I'm glad I'm not alone. But your favorite of the series is the third one, Polis. I think you were the one who said that you preferred the second book. Do you agree? What's your favorite book in the series? I do think I've heard the third one is actually the best as well. Jade Temperance, very nice. You want a nap though, Lexi? Take a nap. That's okay. We give you permission. I like Hal's companions. Yeah, that's true. No, Hal's companions in the second book are really fun. And they're like from Chicago, and I love how they love Houdini and they want to be entertainers. They are really, really excellent, actually. I'm interested what you say about the rest of the series then. as they all take place in different parts of the world. Yeah, I do love that. I do love the experience of that. So I'm excited. I'll continue, and then maybe I can like mentally rank them. Made it to another 10% in the Tainted Cup. Kelly, when people were talking about the Tainted Cup, matching for the conservatory, I did think, do I want to reread that book? I could, but I decided not to. But that's how good the book is. Really enjoying Water Moon so far. Reading. Oh, you're already maybe 60 pages in. Very nice. Was pleasantly surprised. 4.5 stars. Okay. Oh my gosh. That is some high praise. Still don't have a voice over here. Oh, Heather, I'm so sorry. That's not fun. You have a voice through your keyboard, at least. That is the silver lining. I know. I shouldn't even be saying anything, because the thing is she probably has a timeline, but she's not mad about switching it up, especially if we start talking about it. I feel like I've seen creators do that before, where people say, oh, I'm ready for another prompt. I'm ready for another prompt. And they're like, oh, really? And then it drops and everyone's like, I wasn't ready. But I'm not saying that, because I'm definitely not ready for another prompt. I'm literally not even done with the conservatory yet. Yeah, you're right. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be speaking chaos into it. Just to look up, didn't realize how many people here. I know. It's been fluctuating during this sprint, I think, between like 100 and like 113, which is kind of nuts. So I appreciate you all as far as like patient goes as I get through the comments, because I want to highlight all of them when I can. Sometimes I got to skip some, and it's not intentional. It's just that I know that you guys are here for productivity, so I totally get it. Hello, Stacy. So many people are reading The Witch Hat Atelier. Is it because did a new manga just come out, a new volume? Because it's also just a really loved series, so I totally get it. It was a 5 stars for you. I hope it's a 5 stars for me. I have like a big project that I'm doing for that book, actually, with some other creators. That's all I'll say. And we're hoping it's a good one. Tuesday Mooney Talks to Ghosts. Oh, that sounds like a really sweet, like, it might not be sweet, but it sounds like a really sweet title. The Deep End by, Allie Hazelwood. I've never read anything by Allie Hazelwood. I know, but she's a romance author, and I don't really read romance very often. Finished 50 pages of Olga Dies Dreaming. Not my vibe, but we'll try 50 more pages. Yeah, it's always like, try a little bit longer, and then if your feelings haven't changed, DNF. It's not easy for everyone. Some people just can't DNF, and I get it. 45% in Rocky Starts. Inkblood Sister Scribe. Ooh, that one was fun. I did enjoy that one. I ended up having to read that because Brittany Loves Reading recommended it to me. I've been procrastinating sending grumpy work emails and then actually sending those emails. No! Oh, no. Hopefully I can listen to an audiobook now that my brain can multitask. And yeah, it's terrible when you're in a grumpy mood and you know that every time you speak, that grumpy mood is very like recognizable. And you're like, oops, sorry, friends. We need to wait for it to pass. Trying to put up fair prices. We'll drop them if it seems no one is taking it. Yeah. For instance, there was one time when it really hurt me to do this, but I knew I had to. But with S.T. Gibson, there was A Dowry of Blood. I was very fortunate. Didn't know it at the time because obviously it was a few years ago, but a bookseller, recommended A Dowry of Blood to me. And it was the original cover. So I bought it on a whim. I read it and I did enjoy it, but I knew I would never read it again. And so then just this past year when I was looking to sell it, I went on like Pango and people were selling it for so much. And my plan was to like maybe just make my money back and sell it for exactly the same amount because it was in like, really good condition. And the lowest price was $75. And I was like, if I sell this for $15, like I wanted to, who's going to buy it? Someone who then wants to quickly resell it for $75, $100. So I really struggled with what to do with those books. So yeah, it's a tough balancing act because I personally believe that you should provide like fair prices when you can. So most of my books are usually like $5 or $6 that I sell them for. It depends on the book though. I was working on my personal finances, adjusting my budget. Ooh, that's smart. It's always good to check in on yourself with that. Sabotage on the Solar Express, book 5 before bed. Very nice. Let's see here. Should be able to finish your Room 1 book. Great. And again, people are finishing Room 1 still. That is like, I'm glad that people are mentioning that. So if you are worried, I was gonna suppress the cat, but I decided to let her meow. It's fine. And yeah, I'm glad that we're just acknowledging like most of us are probably behind. It's fine. I would say the third one as well. The series is great, but I think they peaked with the first 3 books. Ooh, okay, interesting. Thanks to whoever mentioned The Maid and the Crocodile. Wasn't even on my radar. Yeah, no, I've only heard like good things about that book for sure. And I made the bottom of the comments in 15 minutes. Oh my gosh, that was a sprint in itself. But okay, we're gonna do another sprint and then we'll have one more after that. But then if you need more, just as a reminder, every Tuesday we then teleport over to Kelsey's sprints and they're also Get a Clue themed if you're enjoying the aesthetic. Okay, thank you all so much for being here because there are quite a few of you, but it's really nice to have this like huge community who are just like ready to be productive. It's great. Okay, I will see you all in an hour. Hello, everyone. First and foremost, I need to change the setup because I have a friend joining me. So let me have her on screen. Hello, Neva. How's it going? How are you?
It going. I'm here.
You
How are
are
you?
here. I'm doing well. What are you reading today or doing?
Uh, I am currently editing a video, but at some point I'll either be reading Middle of the Night
Ooh, it's
by
very
Riley
brainy.
Sager or starting my reread of The Assassin's Blade. It's just kind of whatever I feel like I'm in the mood for, and they're two
Mhm.
different, completely different books. So,
Nice.
yeah.
Sounds good. Well, before we get into some new comments, I want to say hello to Linz, who joined us. Also, Eagle representing Team Green, which, of course, I'm very excited about. Just got back from picking up the kids. I think it's so funny. Every single Tuesday, there is a comment where Alicia is like, okay, the children have been acquired. I've got them, and now I'm home. So I'm glad that that worked out. Simp is here too. Just come from an anime eve. Ooh, with friends. Very nice. Back to the pages now. Hope you are all having an awesome day. We are. Well, I hope that you had the best time with your friends. Nicole joined us too. Hi, Nicole. Reading Full Metal Alchemist, volumes 22 through 24. Very nice. Kind of creating it as like a bind up. That sounds good. Getting in those points. I ended up finishing my book. So, Kidnap on the California Comet. I'm officially done with the conservatory. So, that's crazy. But I will say it's a second book that's quite short for me. So, that's kind of been my strategy, just so I don't feel the pressure of getting too far behind. So yeah, that's kind of that's where I'm at. But now I'm going to be reading Remote Control by Nadia Corafor, and I'm really excited. I'm only one chapter in, and I'm finding it really fascinating. So that's good. Let's see what else. What else do we got? Kendra got excited because her state was mentioned, Nebraska. I know whenever you're in a state where you're like not on one of the coasts, I feel like it doesn't get mentioned very often. Your book is done. Solid 4 stars. Awesome, Alex. Girl got real stupid for a bit there, which was annoying. Oh, I know. Whenever you're like, what happened to these characters? Like they could have actually like they had sense and suddenly they didn't have sense. Shayna finished updating the Pango shop. Sounds great. I hope you get some sales soon. 35% in The Loneliest Cottage. My thoughts on books shift pending what I've been reading before. Okay, puts a different take on a romance after a thriller or a romantasy. Oh yeah, I would argue that I typically don't read multiple genres in a row, but maybe I do. It depends on my preference. 22 pages of the book club Hotel. Awesome, Taylor. People are greeting Neva because we love her so much. She's of course talking to someone right now, so but she sees the hellos. Have an hour left in Murder in the Family. It's pretty unhinged, but having fun. Awesome. Sometimes you need an unhinged read, to be completely honest. Finished your book for one of the bonus proms. Now you think you're going to start All the Sinners Bleed. Ooh, Mia. So the one thing I have heard, Servasha, I don't know if she's in the comments, sometimes she pops in after work, is that this one is a bit heavy on the content warnings. So just enter it prepared. But I've only heard great things. It's just that's the one thing that you want to be prepared for, which I'm sure you're aware of your own limits. Made it to 80%, about 80 more pages to go. Oh my gosh, amazing, Stacy. Woohoo. 10 minutes tidy. Oh, nice. Watched a vlog, read 15 pages. Actually, that is a well-balanced hour-long sprint, I would say. Made it to 132 pages. So you're almost halfway, Mindy. You are making progress. 2 chapters left of Hooked. Surprised at how much this book worked for me. Isn't that fun when you enter a book and you're like, we'll see. I'm not sure if this is going to work for me or not. And then you're pleasantly surprised. Did your forensics homework. Awesome, Madison. I'm glad that we could help you get that done because homework, work in general, research, all of that should probably take priority. Saying hello to Neva because we love Neva. Really liked Middle of the Night. Unpopular opinion, it seems. It was a right time, right place read for me, though, for sure. But I hope you enjoy it. Do you think you're going to like it, Neva? Like, are
I
you
think
entering
so.
it? Okay. Have you liked Riley Sager in the past?
Oh yeah, he's an auto buy for me.
Okay.
Light Tiger is an auto buy. So I'm liking it so far. I know it doesn't seem to be one of his more loved ones. But of all the ones that I've read, the only one that I like DNF'd was Final Girls. I did not like that book. Like the amount of times that the main character let me know that she was a final girl, like I got you, girl. Like relax. But I've read Home Before Dark. I gave that one 5 stars. I gave House Across the Lake 5 stars, and I gave The Only One Left 5 stars. So I feel like I don't know. So far I like it. So we'll see. I'm only like on chapter 6, so about 66 pages in. But so far, you know, it's vibing. So
yeah, especially if you know that that's like been an auto buy author for you, then you know, I think you're fine. I think you're gonna really enjoy it. And Shayna loved it too. So there we are. Sammy finished laundry. Yay! Also, this is a great reminder. Check your laundry if you're doing that, or anything. Maybe your dishwasher if you have one. Check all of the machines. Made it to page 519 of David Copperfield. Oh my gosh, Linz, that's a big book. Now I'm going to switch to the new volume of Dandadan. I never know how to say this, but I also want to read it because, Linz, you've talked about how much you love that series. That's on your TBR this month too. It is a host favorite, All the Sinners Bleed. I can't remember whose it is. Is it Bree's or I can't remember. Someone's. So get those bonus points. Halfway through, she doesn't have a clue. It won't be a new favorite, but it's pretty fun. Sometimes that's what we need too. Only read 27 pages, but made all the components of a meat lasagna assembly before the next sprint. Yes, that sounds great. And it always feeds so much too. Like lasagna is so hearty. I know all of the hellos to Neva. Got some work done. Read 25 pages that sprint. Awesome Tuesday. Krista is here too. Hello, Krista. Just popping in for a few minutes before I have to head off again. I should finish my room 1 book today. Yay! And then you'll be at the current room. So that's perfect. That's literally what I did. I had just like gotten on board and now I'm ahead, dare I say, and now I've just jinxed myself, so I will fall behind again. It's fine. Made a little bit more progress for Anne. Listened to Wind and Truth as well while folding laundry. Only 16 hours left. For those who don't know, I'm pretty sure it's like a 63-hour audiobook. So yeah, 16 is only. it's crazy. Hello, Christy. Getting out of the house next sprint. Continuing the Gunkle. When I get back, ooh, that's on my list too. And I know there's a sequel. I'm pretty sure there's a sequel to that one. I've been meaning to read it. The author seems really sweet. I think I commented on something at one point saying, oh, I've been really meaning to read this. And he responded to me. And it wasn't even like it wasn't like a picture from him or something. I think it was on Instagram. And I'm like, you're really lovely.
I want to read
that was a book tube sprint.
Also.
You need to read it?
I need to. Yeah. It's been on my TBR since like it came out.
Yeah. It seems really summery. Just the cover is so bright. So I don't know. It's still cold here, but maybe it'll be a spring book for me. And then booktube, yeah. The Intuitionist, you're really enjoying it. Bridget, if the tide changes, it's okay. You're allowed to tell me, but I'm so glad that you're enjoying it so far. I'm gonna say that I think this is his best work for me. Maybe it's because it's a mystery, and that's what really works for me. It's a bit more noir and it's an alternate history, but I personally think this is Colson Whitehead's best work. I've only read 3 of his books though, so there's potential that it will be dethroned, but it's my favorite. And it was his debut, which is kind of crazy. Finally decided what you're going to read next sprint. I saw that. Amazing. Not doing the readathon. That's okay, Robin. We're still happy to have you here. Joined because it keeps me on task. Yes, that's the one thing. I pride myself on keeping on task. Halfway through Agatha Christie's Third Girl. I haven't read that one. I hope you're enjoying it. I'm trying to think. That might have been one of her later works. I get nervous when I read her later works because I usually like her earlier stuff. Finally home. Amazing. Hello, Beth. Andrew getting back into pucking around. Perfect. I've got the perfect host next to me who loves it. How's your reread going?
I'm currently doing my reread of Pucking Sweet, which is the most recent one. And This whole, I don't know. It's like my favorite hockey romance series ever. So it always makes me so happy when people read it. You can tell me if you don't like it. It's okay. Because I'll probably agree with you with the things that you didn't like, even if they were things that I did like, because the people that have critiqued it to me, I understand why they didn't like it. Okay? Even if the reason you didn't like it is because it's so long. Like, I feel you. I do. It's a very long contemporary romance. But I love when people message me and tell me that they read it, even if they didn't like it. I still like to know who's read it.
Yeah, because it's just discussion. It's fun to be able to talk about the same books with people. That makes sense. Reading my first bonus for the conservatory. I do feel as though the conservatory is Mr. Green's room, just because of how green, it's got all the windows that look out upon the flora. Maybe a little bunny rabbit comes in. It feels like Mr. Green's room just because there's so many plants, but that's just my opinion. It looks like these sprints were strictly admin. Oh, I'm sorry, Rope, but that's okay. You'll eventually be able to get back to One Piece because I know you're slowly catching up. Are you under 40 chapters? I think that you were really close to getting under that where you can be fully caught up. Definitely heavy. Okay, for All the Sinners Bleed. It was your favorite book of 2023, though. I know you said that Tuesday, so I do want to try it. I'm just glad that I'm mentally prepared for it, too. Hello, Tennille. You're off work. Congratulations. And then you're going to go to the movies. Oh, no, but it was canceled. Oh, my gosh, what a roller coaster. Maybe some reading tonight. That sounds good. Yeah, or you could always cozy up and watch something else while you're home. At least secure that iMessage likely to overspend. Oh, yeah, because you were doing some like financial like balancing to make sure you're not overspending. So that's important, though. 10% left. Nice. This is already going to be a 5-star. I want to read this book. The Hyunam Dong Bookshop. I'm going to also eventually learn how to say it properly. It looks really cozy. Borrowed Crime. Ooh, I was about to say that must be 1, a cozy mystery, and 2, a biblio mystery about a librarian who runs a library bookmobile. The series is pretty run of the mill. Yeah, I feel like cozy mysteries can be really fun, but you kind of go in just expecting that level of comfort without it being spectacular. The Antique Hunter's Guide to Murder. That's on my list too. I do want to read that. Yeah, of course. Because, that laundry, when it sits there, you beat yourself up when you are like, oh, I needed to change it over or whatever the case is. And it's always easier to fold when they're like really warm because then like the creases and stuff, like the wrinkles don't get in there. Listen to another 4% of your audiobook. Now getting ready for bed, 10:40. And we have been losing people because it's getting later. Totally understandable. I know that especially if you're doing the readathon, you want to get in that room, you want to get that bonus book done, but sleep is better. Take care of yourselves, friends. I wonder if a number of book references relate to location populations. Ooh, I don't know. Dan Dodden. Dan. That's what it is. It's your favorite. I know it's your favorite. And you have, I think the last time I said I wanted to read that, you're like, you might think differently of me, or I might think that you're like a weird person. But I think it probably is really fun. More Professor Plum in the comments. That's so scary. I get scared by any audiobook over 8 hours. I know. Seriously, it is a really long series. Each book is a chunker, but this next one in by Brandon Sanderson was 63 hours, and I'm just like, holy moly. I think my longest audiobook is like 22 hours or something like that, and I was like, oh my gosh, I put in the work. I got to page 91 of Hello Beautiful. Great. Hello, Ash. You're in time. We're going to have one more sprint after this, friends. This is going to be our final sprint here, but then we're going to go over to Kelsey's, is what I mean. I'll make sure to put the banner up and everything so that you guys know. Got dinner defrosting. Lovely. Had to sneak those in between reading. I know. It's like I want to read, but we got to keep the household working, More hellos to the lovely Neva. Blame friends, recommendations, and buddy reads. For my romance reads, I'm getting them to read thrillers. Oh, see, that's exactly what it is. It's just an exchange. That's the best way to get yourself out of your comfort zone, is knowing like that you can have friends who are supporting you, and their intention isn't to lead you astray, if anything else. Hockey romance, the concept of it breaks my brain. I live in Canada, and my 17-year-old mom, cousins, kids, neighbors all play hockey. Yeah, I can see that.
Honestly, I grew up in Minnesota, and hockey is really big there too. So I think it just depends because, like, now I live in Iowa, and I can't get into cowboy romance at all. Like, there's nothing romantic to me about, like, the idea of what a cowboy does. Like, and I know what cowboys do because I live in the country. So, like, I get it. Like, I think for me, it's because with a lot of hockey romance, while I tend to read hockey romance where hockey is a main focal point, it's the characters and, like, the complexity of their romance and their lives and stuff that actually draws me in. Because you can give me, like, I've definitely read a hockey romance that I've DNF'd because, like, you gave me the hockey part, but then I did not care about the characters.
Yeah, I think you are on to something. And it's not it's not that everyone who is surrounded by hockey culture would have an issue with it, or vice versa, or, like, cowboys. But I will say that I grew up, like, across from a horse farm, and I lived very much in the country. And maybe part of that is why cowboy romances, among other things, aren't my thing. I'm also just not a romance reader, but it is what it is. Well, we're going to get into our final sprint, but I also want to say hi. Welcome back, Julie. I'm glad that you're home. And yeah. Oh, I was going to do the banner. That's what it was. Ha 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 ha. So we are going to go for one more sprint here, and then we're going to have a very brief chat. And then again, we're going to teleport over to Kelsey without you guys having to do anything. So if you need more sprints, we're here for you. But also, feel free to continue with your day. You've been productive. Be proud of yourself. No need to stay online if the last thing you want to do is be in front of a computer. Okay, we'll see you guys later. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from that final sprint on this channel. Remember, once this sprint ends, once this live stream ends, it will just redirect you to Kelsey. So if you just arrived, don't worry. We have more sprints for you, especially because I know that the day is still early for some of us, including Reading Craft. It's only 8:30 a.m. in Queensland. That makes sense, especially because you all are experiencing the beginning of your Wednesdays. We also ended up having Sharon join us, and a first-time joiner too. It's really lovely to have you. 9:30 a.m. in Tasmania. So yeah, you guys are just getting started. Really lovely to have you. How did you do, Neva? What did you get to?
I read 13 pages of Assassin's Blade.
Woohoo! Very nice. Are you enjoying it? It's a reread, I think you said, right?
Yeah, it's a reread. It's just that, like, I went to go start the tandem read, and I remembered nothing. So, I felt like all the people that are out here trying to read Onyx Storm without rereading Iron Flame, and I was like, let's just reread these and just do it one book a month.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense.
And I have the audios for all of these too, so I can tandem read, or not tandem read, but immersion read.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I ended up I'm just under halfway through Remote Control by Nnedi Okorafor, and I'm really enjoying it. Like, I'm having such a great time with all my reads friends. I mean, the kidnap on the California Comet, that middle grade murder mystery, chef's kiss, so fun. And now completely switching gears, and my heart is going out for this main character, and I also find her really intriguing. So anyways, having the best time. Only 45 pages to go. Stacy, you're so close. You could do it. Thanks for being here. Ended up getting 155 out of 297. And this is for the Hyunam-dong bookshop. Ha 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 ha. I'm very proud of myself. Still probably pronouncing it wrong, but I'm glad I remembered it. So Mindy, you're halfway. Great job. And 11 p.m. in the UK. So yeah, please, I hope you have a lovely, restful sleep and that you can start off Wednesday with a good start. Last sprint was mostly just staring into space. Oh no, my eyes and brain needed a break. Tuesday, we've all been there. One thing that I find odd with this book is that English swear words are described as a very dirty word. What? I guess they don't expect readers to understand. Interesting. Yeah, and I will say, I guess it's culturally different too, depending on like the perspective on what we find, even just like a curse word or crude language. It's very subjective. Spent some time outside. Oh, lovely. And now you're making scrambled eggs. Ooh, that sounds actually like very cozy. Had dinner, read one chapter of two of your books. Nice. Both have long titles. Oh my gosh. Listen, these days, the longer the title, like I swear there's a silent competition going on with who can publish the longest title that ever existed. I guess it's a goal to maybe ensure that it's going to be unique, but they're really trusting us to remember which way all the words go. 30 pages into your book, you're intrigued. Mia, nice. And this is the S.A. Cosby book, so awesome. Of course, Glenda, thanks for being here. And yes, a huge thanks to Neva for giving me some company today. I appreciate you. Currently reading The House Across the Lake. Another Ryan Sager. Sharon! Oh my goodness, you just arrived. And Neva's also reading Riley Sager. You liked this, didn't you?
I liked that book, yeah. I gave it 5 stars. I understand why some people don't like it, but I don't know. I will also say that I feel like The House Across the Lake was like right book at the right time, because I did finish it at 2:00 in the morning on a 24-hour sprint, like back when I was running 24-hour sprints, the full 24 hours on my channel.
Yeah.
So it's possible that I wouldn't enjoy it as much, but I'm not willing to like reread it to find out.
Yeah, and there's no need to, unless you want to, like only reread it if you feel like it. Thanks, Andrea. Thanks for being here for your second week in a row. I appreciate you. And it's almost midnight. Please go to bed. I hope you have a lovely sleep that's uninterrupted. Taylor had dinner, read 11 pages of The Keeper of Happy Endings. Great. And you are over halfway. That's awesome. Finished Dan to Dan. Dan to Dan, Volume 11. You loved it. I'm not surprised. 4.5 stars. 55 pages left of the Tainted Cup. Kelly, things are happening. Like the last 55 pages. Oh my gosh. So happy I'll be able to finish it today. I already can't wait for the sequel. Jen, you don't have much to wait, because we've got February, March, and then the beginning of April is when it comes out. So, I'm so excited for you. Another hour in Wind and Truth. So maybe only 15 hours left, Anne. Finished the sock you were knitting. I'm so impressed with people who can knit or crochet or do anything like that. And then you'll continue on with Rocky Start. Thanks for being here. It's always lovely to have you guys. Made dinner. Wonderful, Alex. Nourish your body. Loving Nettle and Bone. Yes, Abs. That's amazing. I know everyone... a lot of people really enjoy T. Kingfisher, and I've been recommended Nettle and Bone as a possible place to start. I've also been recommended horror, but like that author is so versatile. It's really impressive. Book titles are like Fall Out Boy song titles. Yes, Kristen. Oh my gosh. Truer words have never been typed. That's so true. Leandra, I love your spiral. Also, Kelsey, hi. This is who we're going to be going to in just 3 minutes. So yeah, lovely to have you here, lead detective. And thanks. This is like very like geometric pattern, isn't it? Like it's a feast for the eyes for those who like math. I recently finished That Time I Got Drunk and Yeeted a Love Potion at a Werewolf. That honestly probably is the longest fiction title. Oh my gosh. I had to take a breath. I had to make sure I took a breath before and after that title.
The one that always messes me up are the books that are in the Nyaxia series. So like it starts with The Serpent and the Wings of Night, and then I don't remember any of the rest of them. Mm-hmm, like I know that the second one is Ashes of the Star-Cursed King, but it's because I can literally see it because it's on my Romantasy-a-thon TBR. But like I don't remember what the third like full-length novel is called, but the novella that falls between the first two is just called Six Scorched Roses. I'll remember that.
Yeah. I feel like if there's like a good flow to like the blank of blank and blank, I know that that's really common in fantasy and romantasy, but for me, it's sometimes if there's like too many of one type of word, like when we were reading The Village Library Demon Hunting Society, I was like, there are 4 nouns in that 6-word title. And I'm like, I don't know. I kept mixing them up. It was crazy. But hi, Jen. Just tuning in at the end. Totally fine. We're going to send you over to Kelsey in just a minute. Might try to start another reread this evening. Honestly, rereads have been... I was never a rereader, and now I think in the last year I've realized how comforting and lovely they are. It's your first one, Sharon. Interesting. We'll see what you think. And if you don't end up liking it, you can always try a different one. I think that for some people, Riley Sager is also hit or miss. Your favorite book last year? I need to read it. Still need to finish the Cup.
The last T. Kingfisher book that I read was The Seventh Bride.
Huh.
You might like that one.
Okay.
Andrew.
Yeah, I think I've been told that.
It's fantasy, but it has horror elements in it. And I really enjoyed it. I listened to the audiobook. It was my last book of 2024, and I gave it 5 stars.
Okay. I will have to. I'm going to have to do a deep dive into T. Kingfisher. Also, Bia, I have an arc for A Drop of Corruption, too. I'm very excited to eventually read it.
Hurry. Say hi, because we're about to leave.
Ari, this is your last chance. Hi, Ari.
Say hi to Leandra. We're gonna go to Kelsey's channel.
Is she coming?
I don't know, but we're going to Kelsey's channel. So say hi to Leandra.
Hello.
Hi. Okay. On that note, everyone's saying hello. It's very sweet. We will see you guys over at Kelsey's. I don't want to get you guys late. So okay. Bye, everybody. See you over there.